Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. We'll get started at 6:40. Where are the money at? Or where's the money at? Right now it's on GU. How y'all doing? We'll give it a few more minutes and then we'll get started with marking up our charts. I already marked this one up and then I was like, well, let's do this on live. Yep, GBP USD. Are you new to trading? You just do crypto? Okay. This is currency pairs. Okay. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and get started. No, this is Forex, the foreign exchange market. All right, guys, welcome back. It is Sunday, June the 1st, and we are marking up our charts. We have a shorter watch list this week, but it's short term. You can scalp, you can swing trade, you can do the same thing that you do on the crypto market and the Forex market, right? The Forex was around before crypto. It's just the exchanges of the currencies. All right, so we're going to go ahead and get started on EU. And we're just going to mark up our charts, do our top-down analysis. I normally come to my monthly chart and I look for any trend lines or any fair value gaps, or I want to see if price has ran last month's low or high. As I just stated, it is June 1st, so we are at a new month. This is where you buy currency for cheap and then go sell it. No, so you exchange. You're trading the fluctuations of the currencies, the prices. So the same thing with crypto, right? With Bitcoin, you trade in Bitcoin against the dollar, the price fluctuation. It's the same thing. This is just with currency pairs. So this is Euro USD. So this is the Euro dollar against the US dollar. Okay. GBP USD is the pound against the US dollar. It's the same thing. Nothing different, just different platforms. Hey, Pooh. All right. So it's June 1st. I don't day trade Bitcoin. I just hold it. I don't day trade Ethereum. I just hold it. All right, so I only day trade currencies or futures pairs, and on the future side, I only trade NAS and SPX, but I traded on futures and currency side. All right, so this is last month's candle. All right, we're on our monthly chart. Price has not ran last month's lower high. Okay, so I don't see anything except for we have a trend line here. We have two rejections here that we can mark off. So I am going to mark this and extend it and see where we are on this trend line. All right, so price has currently, it rejected it. but last month price closed on top. So we are on top of this trend line here. Now I'm going to come down to my weekly chart. I'm going to mark last week's high and low, which is my CRT range. All right, then I'm going to come to my daily, and I just want to look for fair value gaps or, again, another trend line. All right. So I can do a trend line here because we had a rejection point here and a rejection point here. I look for gaps on every time frame. The higher the time frame, the better. Any specific reason why I prefer to hold crypto? Um, I just find that it doesn't day trade as smoothly with my strategy. It doesn't really follow structure. Crypto does its own thing. All right, so here's my daily trend line. All right, and I don't see any fair value gaps or anything else that I would like to mark here on my daily. So now I'm going to come down to my 4-hour. And here in my CRT range, right here on the 4-hour, we have a fair value gap. So I am going to mark it up. And it looks like price came right near, but it did not touch it yet. So this gap is still valid. Yeah, I'm not worried about it. I'm not trying to sell it. I'm not trying to day trade it. Just buy and hold it. All right. I want to tighten up my daily trend line a little bit. Do it from this rejection point here and then this rejection point. Here, here. Alrighty, and now let's come down to my hourly. I just want to see what's going on in my hourly on EU. So this was last week. This was the 28th. Let's see, last week, Monday was the 26th. The 26th, Monday. All right, so last week, EU gave us a nice push down. All right. And then it ended this week somewhat bullish, and then price retraced back down. It looks like price retraced down into this hourly fair value gap, which is why we didn't get a hit on the 4-hour. All right, so we got a hit on this hourly 50%. All right, so this hit the hourly 50% last week, so I did not catch this, but GU just hit the hourly 50% today, so we'll go over GU in a minute. But I just wanted to get this marked up to see where we were at. Need to mark this trend line. All right, so I was trying to figure out what that line was. We got a weekly trend line, and then we have this daily trend line. Price gave us this impulsive move, and it looked like price already corrected, and it looks like it's moving up for its continuation. So there's nothing that we can do right now on EU, but wait. All right, so I'm going to move over to GU. I am going to delete my chart and remark it up. I did see another entry for GU. So if it comes back here, so let's remark up GU to see if we can get y'all in GU. It'll be 5 years in August. All right, so GU, we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna start on the monthly time frame. All right, I do see this trend line here. We had a rejection point here and a rejection point here. All right, so price is on top of the trend line, same way as EU. Price has not ran last month's low or high. It's just trading in the middle right now. So let's come down to the weekly. You can't meet the chart. You can't see it. You sure can't. All right, can you see the chart now? Let me look at this. Bitcoin, we'll look at it, but like I said, Bitcoin doesn't really follow market structure, so. All right, y'all can see the chart now. All right, so this line right here is a monthly trend line. We had a rejection point here and a rejection point here. All right, and then we're going to come down to our weekly, and we're going to mark up. I'm going to mark up this gap here. 50%, I use the rectangle, and I just draw up 50%, and we're going to use that as a zone. And then last week's high and last week's low as a zone also. I had that marked up. Okay. Let's just make that one blue. Alrighty, and then this was a weekly fair value gap. Alrighty, so now we're going to come down to the daily time frame. Adjust all of these. This was a monthly trend line. All right, so within our CRT zone, We had a gap here, right? But it looks like price hasn't respected it, because if it did, price would have bought from 50% of that area. Price is underneath it, so I'm not going to worry about that gap. It's already traded through and completely filled this imbalance. Let's come down to the 4-hour. All right, so when I came to the chart earlier for my buy, I saw that price came into this 4-hour fair value gap here. Alrighty, and then now we're going to come down to the hour. That was the only thing. Let me go back and double check. That was really the only thing that I saw that mattered to me. I do have a gap here, so let me stop playing. Look, I'm going to mark this gap up here because this was where my TP was. I'm going to save this template. Alrighty, and then if you want, I do see a trend line here, right? We have rejection point, price bought, and then it came back right here. So that is a valid trend line. All right, and then it came down to this hourly time frame, and price also came into this hourly fair value gap here. Day trading. All right, so I noticed, like we said last week, was in a downtrend, right? And I found my structure point. This was my last low in this area, okay? And this black candle right here was my last lower high that took me to this lower low here. So this was my break of structure. All right, and whenever I'm looking for a break of structure, I want to see a fair value gap, and then I want to see price come back to the fair value gap. No, we're in the live market. You don't trade. You gonna have you really had to put that 5 times. LOL, you don't trade it this time. Nice. Okay. You trade whenever you want to trade. Have a good day. All right, so this is what we want to see. We want to see price break our structure, which it did, and then come back to our gap, which it did. And then I came down here to this 15-minute. Price gave me my engulfing candle off of this fair value gap. And then I waited for price to come back to 50% of the gap. If you go back and back test, the market moves on Sunday also, okay? I don't need your advice. Have a good day. All right, so it came back to 50%, which is where we got our entry. Price has already broken our trend line here. All right, so if you weren't here earlier when we got our entry, you can wait for price to come back to this gap and enter. Our TP is this 4-hour fair value gap, okay? Yes, you want to see it hit that 50%, and then you want to see it reject off of that 50% like it did here, with an engulfing candle or a morning star candlestick pattern, which is this right here, a bearish candle, a doji, and then a bullish candle. And then if it's a sell, you want to see an evening star off of that area. And then you can also look for a pin bar candle, which is just this. Okay. But you definitely want to see it hit 50%. All right. So we're currently in GU buys. We're up 11 pips. TP is at 4-hour. But like I said, wait to get in it. Wait for price to come back here and like retest this trend line right here into this gap right here. And let me put something here. Right here, this 15-minute gap. All right. Your stop loss would be this candle right here. I'm going to put my position tool back on here. What gap was that? Okay, got that. Hey, be glad. How you doing today? Nope, 4-hour. All right. So again, if you're not in the signals group, right, then you didn't get this entry. But this would be the next entry. This fair value gap here on the 15-minute, 50%. Okay, we had a trend line. Price has broken this trend line. This is a trend line break and retest. You get in here, you can put your stop loss here below that. Right here below this candle. Okay, so you have the candle that created the gap, the candle before it. All right, so that's GU. We went over EU. EU is already moving. It came to the gap last week, Friday. All right, so let's look at gold. Gold is pushing up. I haven't marked up gold though, so let's see what gold is talking about. All right, so we're on our monthly chart. As you can see, gold is like NAS, like an indice pair, is just straight bullish, right? So I don't have any trend lines to mark up. I don't have any gaps or anything like that to mark up on this monthly. So we're going to come down to the weekly, and we are going to mark last week's high and last week's low for our zones. All right. And then these two right here, we do have two rejection points. We could technically draw a trend line, but let's go to the lower time frame and see if we can get a better looking trend line. All right, so let's come to our daily. And as you can see, price just left this fair value gap here. All right, it completely filled in the gap and then turned bullish. I'm not going to mark that gap up because this has already been filled. So this is what you call an imbalance fill. I can, though, mark up a trend line. So I see a rejection point here and a rejection point here. Hi, Vladison. So I am going to mark those two. All right, so we got a daily trend line. I don't see anything else on my daily, so now I'm going to come down to my 4-hour time frame, and I'm going to tighten up that trend line because it looks better here on the daily. We'll do this. All right. So I have this rejection point here, this rejection point here. So this is showing me that price has it got on top of it, but then it came back underneath it. So we don't technically have a break and a retest, right? I don't see a fair value gap that I want to mark. This one right here has already been traded through. So now we'll come down to our hourly. And this was market open right here. Price gave us a nice bullish candle off of this trend line, letting us know that it wants to move higher. Now, technically, I could put a trend line there, but I don't like that, so I'm going to leave that there. This is a fair value gap right here, so I am going to mark this gap. Inverse head and shoulders. So this the shoulder, this the head, this is the other shoulder. Good eye. I can't really see a head and shoulders unless somebody else is like call it out. So I don't really trade head and shoulder patterns. But that is a good eye. So this is the shoulder, guys. Let's see. Let's do this. Here we go. All right. So that's the head and shoulders pattern that Daniel was talking about. For those who couldn't see it, I'm not a big like pattern person unless it's like a wedge or something like that. Two head and shoulders. Check the hour time frame. This is the hour. This is the hour. All right, so I am going to delete that off my chart though. So what do we have here? So it looks like price gave us an impulse here, right? And then it corrected and came back into this order block here. I noticed sometimes that gold respects order blocks more than fair value gaps. So it came back to this order block to 50% perfectly. All right, and it did that on Friday. I am going to mark this order block. All right. So right now, for sure, like everybody's saying, buys because we got this impulsive move. Definitely want to see price come back into this gap or come back to this order block here. Okay. So order block, this is a bullish order block. This down candle before this up move, there was a 4-hour order block. I like that hour one better, especially since it was right here on our trend line. Okay. So these two would be my area of interest for this buy on gold, especially if you didn't get in last week. As support, I don't trade support and resistance. Big candle, yes. This is a displacement candle. When you see candles like this, it's just the market letting you know where it's going. But you never enter at the top. You still always want to wait for a pullback. Last bearish candle before a break of structure. Are you talking about on the 1 hour, or are you still talking about the 4 hour? All right, so now I'm going to come down to the 15-minute, right? And this was our last break of structure point here. So this was our last low, right? And this area right here took us to our last low. So this is the last structure point that we wanted to see price break to let us know what direction it was going in. And we have our 15-minute structure point. I'm sorry, why is what an order block? Let's go back. On the 1 hour. So an order block, a bullish order block is just the down candle before an up move, right? And then a bearish order block is a up candle before a down move. Okay. So even here, right? This one right here that I marked that price came to, this was a down candle, and then we had our up move. This one right here is also an order block, right? Why is it an order block? That's what ICT told me was an order block. So that's an order block. You got that? I'm sorry, the chat is going fast. Yeah, we'll do US 30. Sean Lamont, the one asked that question. You got that? Why is that an order block? What did I use to draw the head and shoulders? If you come over here, it's 1, 2, 3, 4 down. You'll see all these patterns. You'll see all these patterns, and this one right here, 1, 2, the third one down says head and shoulders. All right. A lot of people just come down here and use the Elliott wave. I think I answered y'all questions. Okay. All right, so we'll go back to the 15-minute, right? And this was our last structure point, right? This was our last low, okay? Right here at this 1 hour order block, that 50%, this was our last low. If you trace it up, right, to the last area that pulled back, this was our last lower high. So this was our structure point that we were seeing broken, right? So you want to wait for a break of structure. So we got our break of structure, but you always want to wait for price to pull back before you get in. So it gave us our impulsive move. It gave us our break of structure. Now we want to wait for the pullback. And these are our area of interest for a pullback, right? Well, this one already. So we had a gap here on the 15. It could keep going from here, knowing gold, right? Let me move this break of structure to the left. Okay. All right, so this just hit 50% of this fair value gap, and it's moving on up. Gold is one of those pairs that you have to really be here watching. I see a gap here. Okay. Oh, nice. Buys. We're looking for buys on gold. Okay, so now if we go back down to our 15-minute time frame, right? And this would be our impulsive move, right? Because it broke our structure. So we could actually use a fib here. Well, we can't use a fib until we get a pullback, so we're going to leave that be. Actually, so this is what I wanted to show y'all. Okay, so this is our impulsive move, right? All right, so I put the 0 here because we had our pullback here and we got a 23.6. When price comes to the 23.6, that's just letting us know that it's continuation, right? So prices continuing higher. Now we can move our fib up a little bit more, right? This pullback right here didn't come to 23.6. It just came to this gap right here. So these are just little minor pullbacks. In order for this to be a real pullback, you need to see price move to either the 50%, the 618, the 78, 88. It could even come back to the 100%. If price comes back to the 100% and breaks this low, then price is continuing in a sell, right? So we don't want to see price break that low. But for now, price is just moving up. We don't have a pullback yet, okay? So if price hits 50%, from what I learned, no, we're buying. If price hits 50% on the fib, from what I learned, then TP is 27%. Okay, the negative 20%. If price hits 61, 78, 88, or 100, then TP is 61. Okay, so right now, this is just still our impulsive move. Okay, so you want to see impulse, correction, continuation. I can show you that over here. Okay, so over here, we had our break of structure, right? So this was our last low. We're going to follow it up to our last lower high. So that was our break of structure over here. All right, so this is our impulsive move here. All right, and we got a correction back to the 382. All right, and then TP at the 27. So 50 and the 382, TP at the 27. 61 or lower, TP at the 618. So TP at the 27, price pulled back. Didn't quite pull back into this gap. Or did it? Did we get 50%? Nope. And then it continued higher. All right. So if you move that, move the 0 back to the high, you see it just came back to the 23.6. It's just letting you know that price is continuing to push up. All right. So technically, we can do this for a full fib move here. I'm going to go to the hourly, right? We have an impulsive move, right? Price tried to break this structure, but it did not break the structure because this candle did not close on top, okay? So here, this is our hourly break of structure because this was our last lower high from our lower low. So we can draw our hourly fib from here to here for now, right? And just watch it as price continues to go and then you get these pullbacks. Just watch it. Okay, if price pulls back to the 23.6, it's going to continue. Any special fib settings? So I learned fibs from Jessica Lane. Should you buy or sell? You should wait for price to pull back. So I learned fibs from Jessica Lane. These are the fib settings. Okay. It is easy to analyze once you learn, right? The hardest part is waiting on your entry and not just jumping in. Right? Like somebody in here asking if they should buy or sell. Don't buy right now. No. We're waiting for price to come back to our area of interest. Okay, so we got our break of structure. We want to see price come back either to this 1 hour order block. It could even come back here. I didn't mark this. We got 50% gap here. It could come back here. It could come back here. So this is our hour fair value gap. This is 15-minute fair value gap. This is our order block. Once price comes to these areas, then you are looking for your candlestick pattern, okay? And I can come over to GU and show you one. This was our fair value gap, right? Right here. And price gave an engulfing candle right off of that hourly fair value gap, okay? So this is the fair value gap. Price gave an engulfing candle. And when you get those engulfing candles, I don't like to enter at the top. I use my rectangle tool, okay? And then I just go from the high to the low of that candle, and you want to wait for price to come back to 50%. So that's where we got our entry at 50% on that engulfing candle. All right, so now this is why we're waiting for another entry for GU, right? So it gave us a engulfing on our hourly FVG, and then price came back, hit 50%, and then it also gave us a Morningstar candlestick pattern. So we've been going over chart candlestick patterns. I think tomorrow will be on day 8, and we've been going over what candlestick patterns to look for at these zones, okay? They have to be at the zones because you'll see them all day on the chart, but it has to be at a zone for them to be valid, okay? So this was a Morningstar. This bearish candle, this doji, and this bullish candle, okay? Which also created a fair value gap, which also broke our trend line, all right? So now you want to wait for a retest back to this gap, and then you guys can enter for that buy. So at your gap areas or at your order blocks, even here on gold, right? Put that back. Even here on gold, on this hourly order block here, right? This is what you call, this is another Morningstar. We got a bearish candle, we got a doji, we got a bullish candle, okay? Down here at last week's CRT, this is a pin bar. If you get a pin bar at a zone, you can also wait for price to hit 50%, right? But with the pin bars, I noticed that it's probably best to just enter at the top. And if price does come back and hit 50%, then just do 2 entries, okay? But for the most part, these pin bars, with my back testing, I have noticed that you really don't get a full 50% retrace. All right. So if you don't know what candlestick patterns to look for at these zones, go to my YouTube channel, and they're all there. They're all there. And then they're also in the free student Discord. So the link is in the bio for that. The dollar, yeah, I'll add the dollar. We can go over that. You see a quick scalp for sales. That's dangerous. How many confirmations you use until you get a trade? So break a structure, right? And then price come back to the gap. And then the candlestick pattern is at the gap. So 3, 4, just depends. All right. Soph, do you need me to go back over how do you use the fib retrace tool? We can do that. Teach when to enter the trade. Yep. So we just did. I just told y'all how to enter the trade, right? So on GU, we're waiting for price to come back to this gap right here, right? And you'll wait on a pin bar candle or a Morningstar candle, okay? Morningstar candle is this bearish candle, a doji, and a bullish candle, all right? And then you'll enter at the top of that bullish candle, or an engulfing candle, right? So this is how we entered on this one, the engulfing candle. Price came back to 50%, and we got in here. Just let you know whether to buy or sell. You got to be here during that time. So I'll be back this week. We're going to trade London and New York session. So I'll be back tomorrow at 2 a.m. Okay. How do you set this middle line here? So this is the rectangle tool. You just double click it to get your settings. All right. Go to style. My border is at 0%. Okay, so if I do 68, you see the border because I only want the middle line. All right, so my border is at 0%. The only thing that's highlighted is my middle line. And of course, my middle line is at 100%. My background is, all of these are unchecked, right? The only thing I want to see is my middle line. That's how you mark that middle line. The trend and where you got in on what pair. We're going to go to the next pair. Somebody asked for the dollar, and I'm going to do the dollar before I move on to JPY pairs. I should add that to my watch list now. Let's get it back. All right. So if US 30, all right, we'll add that to the watch list. All right. So if gold is buying, then that means the dollar should be selling. Where did it just go? Here it is. I'll move this up here. Okay. It's 80%, but it hasn't been the past. May was a rough month. May was a rough month, okay? We just did go. We're looking for buys after a pullback. All right, so if we're looking for buys on gold, then that means we're looking for the dollar to sell, okay? All right, so currently, if you look at the dollar, right, it's making lower high points. So this was our last high point, and this is a lower high point. All right. We do have a trend line up here, but it's so far away from price that we're not going to worry about it. Price has not ran last month's high or low, and I don't have any gaps that I want to mark up. This one right here has already been filled. All right, so now I'm going to come down to my weekly. No, on gold, please don't ever buy anything on gold on the 1 hour unless you have enough capital to hold that drawdown. Okay. Gold, go down to the 15-minute. Okay, I'm gonna go back to gold one more time. We're looking on the 15. Okay. So we marked up this hourly fair value gap, and we marked up this hourly order block, and then we marked up this 15-minute gap here. And let me just do that for purposes, right? So what we want to see is price come back to one of these areas and then show us confirmation with our candlestick pattern, okay? Let me pull up the candlestick patterns real quick. All right, so our candlestick patterns, real quick. A bearish engulfing, right? A bullish engulfing. Don't really want to see a doji. You can see this dragonfly doji because this is bullish. All right. Or a morning star, evening star, or a pin bar, also known as a hammer. Okay, these are our candlestick confirmations. Now, when it's bullish, this is what we want to look for. We want to look for either a hammer, morning star, or a bullish engulfing. Okay, a bullish engulfing, you can enter at the high, right? This would be a bullish engulfing. The only thing about entering at this high, right? So candle closed here, your stop loss will have to be down here. That's a pretty wide stop loss. So when you get these engulfing candles, just use that same rectangle, go from the high to the low, okay? And look for price to come back to 50%. That's off of the zones, all right? Both, but right now this is Forex. So that's what we're looking for. We're looking for a pullback, okay? either to the hourly fair value gap, this 15-minute fair value gap, or that hourly order block. And we probably won't get it until London session, so don't even worry about it. Just set your alarm and come back at 2. How do you know that you have a correct break of structure? So you just follow your structure points, right? So this is my last structure area. This was my last lower high, and this was my last lower low, right? So it was either one of these, right? So if price broke the lower low and then came back into it and then continued, that means we're going lower. Price broke the lower high and comes back into it, that means we're going higher, because now the next move would be a higher high because it's higher than the lower high. Okay? So just like over here, in this area, right, we have our structure points. This was our last high. If you follow the last high, right, this was our last higher low, okay? This was our break of structure. Price came back right here into this gap. And then continue lower. All right. So don't overcomplicate it. And I like to just stick to 15-minute structure for intraday trading. Right? The higher time frame structure, the longer you're going to be in the trade. So how do you know it's a continuation or a reversal? So that's why you wait, right? So this is our impulsive move right here, this push up right here that broke our structure, okay? This is why we wait for price to come back into our gap areas to give us confirmation, right? Because at these areas, you want to see price reject. This ain't the right one. Hold on. You want to see price reject to go higher, right? This is why you wait on those candlestick confirmations, because price could easily trade through it and then come back and then go lower, right? So that's why you have to wait on confirmation within those areas, and you never want to get in at a high. Okay? So that's how you know if it's a continuation. You wait for price to come back to your point of interest, which in our case is a fair value gap or an order block. And then you wait for your candlestick patterns, okay, to let you know that price is going to continue. Because price could easily just melt and come back underneath this trend line. Yes, market does target liquidity, but a lot of people don't know about liquidity, so I don't worry about it as far as teaching how to spot liquidity. So you don't necessarily, it may not close the gap. 9 times out of 10, you just want to wait for it to come to 50% of the gap. Okay. If it closes the gap, then you'll look for an entry at the order block. Can you sell now? No. Why would you sell? No. Don't try to trade reversals. Now I do see that price did come to this gap here, right? Right. Okay. So price came to this gap here. If you just itching to take a trade and you want to take a reversal trade, right? This is where's our last high? This was our last high. So this was our last structure point, right? This technically isn't our structure point, right? Because we don't have a new high in order for this to be a higher low. So this was our last high. This was our last higher low. Price will have to break this area. It would have to break this area because this is our last structure point, and then come back into this gap and then sell, okay? Before you can comfortably sell. Right now, you could just be caught up in um, consolidation, and then price could continue higher before it wants to pull back. We're looking for buys because we got a nice impulsive move. Okay. So even here on the hourly, right? Price was making lower lows, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, right? If we follow our structure over here, our lower low, follow it up. Right here was our last lower high. We got our break of structure on our hourly. Okay. Price broke structure. It pulled back into this order block here, also this inversion gap here, and now it's pushing back up. So we're following structure. We're not shorting. Don't short. Buy, just not now. Wait on the pullback. Please don't short. That's how a lot of people get caught up and you lose a lot of trades because you're trying to catch the reversals and then price doesn't completely go to where you might have thought it was going to go, and then it just continues to buy, right? I know you hear everybody say the trend is your friend. Just follow the trend. Just follow the trend. Don't sell. All right, let's move on, guys. Let's do the dollar. Yeah, just want to be in a trade. I already told y'all. So gold and GU, we're both looking for a pullback. So I've already got my entry here. So now could be a possibility that GU could buy from this gap here versus coming back to this one. I still would like to see this one though because I like to see break and retest, but gotta follow whatever the market is gonna do. All right, so the dollar, GU and EU correlated. Yep. GU, EU, AU, NU. So because they all have the USD at the back, they're correlated and they follow the dollar. So if the dollar's buying, then they will sell. I like that one. The impatient trader pays the patient trader. Should you be long because of the sale? So a lot of people like to say sell to buy, buy to sell, right? But I think that's overcomplicating it. We're long because price broke structure and it's continuing to break structure. It's continuing to show me that price wants to go higher. That's why we're long. NFP is Friday. I'll be here 2 a.m. We'll be here all week. I'm normally here at 8 a.m., but we'll be here at London because I feel like I've been missing a lot of stuff not coming out for London. So, all right, the dollar. Let's go. We're on the monthly time frame. All right. We already recognize that the dollar has made a lower high because price has not broken our last high. Price has not ran last month's high or low. So I don't have anything on the dollar that I really want to mark up. So now I'm going to come to my weekly time frame. I'm going to come to my weekly time frame and I am going to mark last week's high, last week's low, okay? This just gives me a range, right, of where price is currently at. How long did it take to master? So my first year, I was profitable. The thing with trading is the over leveraging. I was battling my over. Sorry guys. Sorry about that. My internet just kind of went out. Now I'm saying inactivity. Okay. All right. Okay. So we have this daily fair value gap that price is sitting on. I don't know. What was I saying? We got this daily fair value gap that price was sitting on. I'm gonna move this over to the right. All right, and then we do have a trend line underneath here that we can mark. We got a rejection point here and a rejection point here. Oh, over leveraging. Oh, somebody said the profitable. Yeah, the learning how to read the charts isn't the hard part. Learning yourself is the hard part, right? Like, are you patient? Are you really impatient? Are you greedy? I love to over leverage, but you can't over leverage if you don't know what you're doing. And then even if you do know what you're doing, sometimes all trades don't play out because trading is a probability game, right? All right, so we got a trend line here. We'll come down to our 4 hour. Okay. So we have another gap here on the 4 hour. Is what a buy? How do you find market direction? Market direction. So I go by impulse, correction, continuation, right? Plus structure. Okay. So here on the daily, this was our last structure point here. Price broke this structure with this impulsive move, right? You like to see price break structure. You want to see an impulsive move. You want to see price create a gap to come back to, right? So I want to see price come back to this gap and then continue higher. So if this is selling, then gold is buying. Once it gets here, and once gold gets to that, I believe it's an hourly fair value gap, then we'll reevaluate and then see what else is happening. Will price reverse or will price break underneath it? This is the dollar. All right, so I know if y'all see this fair value gap right here, I'm not going to mark this one because price has already come back into it. Okay. Um, I can't say like per day. Uh, It all depends on what the market is doing, right? So this is all I have for the dollar. This is what we have. Okay. So price has currently come underneath this daily gap. I'm going to, all right. Price has given me this impulsive move just like it gave us on gold. Okay. So now you want to see price come back into here and then continue lower, lower to this 4 hour gap. And then if price gets underneath the 4 hour gap, you want to see it retest and then come down here to this trend line. So this is what we have on our dollar. Okay. Where will price go? So let's come back to the hourly, get a better picture. I want to see price. We got 14 minutes left on this hourly candle here, right? This is an engulfing candle. Okay. You see how this candle is way bigger than this one? That last candle was a doji. A doji is indecision, right? This is an engulfing candle. This is an impulsive move, letting me know that price wants to continue down because it came from out of this gap here. Not sure if it hit 50%. Nope. Didn't hit 50%, but it came from out of this gap here. It's continuing this sell move, right? So I'm looking for it to continue lower. So what we have here on our 15-minute now, this was our last structure point, right? We can follow it up, right? This was our last higher low, lower high, and then this is our lower low, okay? Gave us our impulsive candle, gave us a gap. We're looking for price to come back in here, and then we're looking for price to come down here to this 4-hour gap. That's our next area of interest. Okay? So we look for price to go from gap to gap. Gap to gap or liquidity to liquidity, okay? So I'm looking for this to come lower, which would take gold and GU, EU, AU, NU. Is that all the U pairs? Higher. Okay. Yep. Other pairs go higher. Yep. And then where will price go? This is where I'm looking for it to come to. Are you going to use the 1 minute or the 15-minute? If you're not an expert on the one minute, leave it be. 15-minute has nice structure. What do you compare the dollar to? I think I answered that question. What you compare the dollar to? Okay. So if we pull out, y'all see my watch list? All of these with USD at the back. So these are called cross pairs, right? USD is at the back. DXY is USD, okay? So if USD buys, then that means that the euro, because it's in front, will sell, okay? If DXY sells, then that means the euro will buy, all right? Do I trade breakouts? No, I have to have a pullback. I'll do a break and retest, but I don't get in just at a high, right? So if price is buying and you follow structure, you got higher highs and higher lows. I get in at a higher low and take it to a higher high. Yep, due to correlation. All right, so GJ, I had already marked up GJ, but let's delete it. You saw fair value gap where? On the dollar? All right. So this is GBP JPY. Okay. GJ has been in this sideways movement for some months now. Let's see. We're going on 7 months that GJ has been in this little we really could put a trend line at the top and the bottom, right? GJ's been in this for 7 months. Okay. I'm not going to keep that though. I'm going to leave it. All right. So here on our monthly, price has not ran a high or a low, and I don't see any fair value gaps. I do see this gap here, right? But price has been touching this gap for a while. And you know what? I think I am going to mark that. I am going to mark that. That's why we've been here so long. Okay. All right. Now, just ignore them because they don't know what they're talking about. All right. Now, we're going to come to our weekly. Okay. And I'm going to mark, hold on. I'm going to bring this a little closer. All right. So we're going to come to our weekly. I'm going to mark last week's high and last week's low. Why is it not there? All right, I don't see anything else on my weekly that I want to mark. I do see a trend line here. So let's just see before I disregard it. And I like to use my magnet tool from rejection point to rejection point and then extend it just so that I can make sure it's perfect. All right, so I said I was going to disregard it, but current price last week, right? Price closed underneath it. Now this week, price is trying to push up on top of it. There's a link for a free Discord in the bio for the student server, and then there's a link for signals. Okay, so now we're going to come down to our daily. All right, and so as you can see, this is a break and retest, okay? Price got on top of the trend line and then came back and touched it. This is our retest. So now we want to go down to a lower time frame to get a better entry. I don't really want to enter on the daily because right now this is a 40 pip candle. And if we just enter here, we'll have 27 pip stop loss, which isn't too bad, right? It's not at all, actually. But I want to go down and just see what's going on the lower time frame, okay? Why don't I use the line chart to draw what? I don't draw support resistance. That was a trend line. This right here was a trend line. So come back. What was that? A weekly trend line? Right? So we had a rejection point here. Price came here and it sold. And then price came back up and then sold again. So in order to have a valid trend line, you need 2 rejection points, and we got our 2 rejection points. And then I just use the magnet tool to put it on the 2 rejection points and then extend it out. Okay. All right, so now we'll come down to our 4-hour, and I lost something on my chart. Okay, here we go. Let's bring this over. All right. So what do we have here? We have, again, impulse, right? Correction. Now we want to get in for the continuation. Our prices continually break in our structure points, okay? This is a structure point here, here, and here. Then we got our last high. Price came underneath and broke this structure point. Now, the only thing about this is, right, so this is our last structure point that took us to our high right here, right? So on our 4-hour, this was a breaker structure, and price could be coming back into this gap because it didn't hit 50%. So with this, I would TP here because I'm not sure if price is going to continue higher. It could come here and then reject and then continue lower because technically we got to break a structure on our 4-hour. Okay. So I am going to mark up this hourly fair value gap, and this will be our TP area. I'm sorry, 4-hour fair value gap. All right. Now I'm going to come down to the hourly time frame, right? And this is why I like to do the 15-minute structure because it gets you like the right now moves. So as you saw, I marked up that 4-hour structure, and on the 4-hour, we had to break a structure. But here on the hourly, right, if we follow in our structure points, this was our last structure point, okay? This was our last lower low, right? And this area right here took us to this area, okay? See that again. All right, so price was moving down, then price pulled back, and then price moved down, and then price pushed up and broke that structure point, right? Now, technically, with that buy, our entry should have been here. But because this trend line was here, it looks like it came down and retested this trend line, and it gave us equal lows. You see that? Equal lows, okay? For this to continue lower, I need for price to break this area. Now, if this would have given me a lower low, then I would be looking for price to make a lower high to go back lower. But it gave me equal lows, okay, off of a trend line. So now I just want to wait to see what price is going to do. I see that price came back into this fair value gap here. So I want to see if price touched 50% of that gap. All right, it did. And then I also see that I have another gap here. This area right here is what you call inducement, okay? So price didn't fully come down and hit 50%, but it bought. So now we want to look for price to come back here and then buy again. But from underneath this trend line to this hourly fair value gap, it's 40 something pips. I mean, that's a decent trade if you catch it, right? I want to mark this other gap. Like doing that. I don't need that. All right, so now we're going to come down to the 15-minute. Yeah, the link is in the bio, but I think I need to fix my website. I got a email from well, who do you call those people? My website hoster, the people that host it, and they said I need to update something. So I'm not sure if the website is working, but the tree link, whatever, that's working with the Discord in it. All right, so price gave us this. We got another impulsive engulfing candle right, off of that hourly fair value gap. Now, in order for me to know if price is going to continue higher from this hourly fair value gap, I want to see price react here at this 15-minute. So since we're here, let's watch it. Okay. EU, we did EU already. We can go back over it quickly after this, and then we're moving on to EJ. Are we looking for buys or sells? We're looking for confirmation. That's what we're looking for. All right. So right now, price came back to our hourly fair value gap, right? It rejected it. It gave us this engulfing candle. Then we came down to our 15-minute. Price gave us our engulfing candle. It gave us a gap. Price is currently at 50% of the gap. Now we are waiting on a candlestick pattern to confirm if we are buying or not. Yeah, I use FXCM because I use CoinEx for my broker, and they're the closest to the price on my broker. Yeah, EU should be moving with GU, so we should be looking for buys, just waiting on a pullback. All right, so we got 12 minutes left for this candle to close. Okay, so we'll look at EU real quick, and because we already marked it up. All right, so EU, this move has already happened, to be honest, right? It started over here on Friday. This is why somebody laughed at fair value gaps. Like, if you're not using fair value gaps, baby, you're not trading right. Because you see how price gave us this impulsive move, correction, right? We can put our fib on here. So we can put our fib over here on the start of the impulse, which is this candle right here. And then you can put it over here to the last high. And now we got our correction. Okay. Price corrected back to the 61.8. So we want to see price come here to this 61.8. I'm going to mark this as TP. Now, only way to get in this, because price has already left its higher low point, right? Now you want to get a break and retest off of this trend line. Okay? So you want to wait for a break and retest, and then you can enter and take it up to that 618. Okay, so here on the 15-minute, what do we have? Break of structure, right? With the gap. So you might get a better entry than that one. And it hit 50%. What time is it? It's 9 o'clock. You're waiting on the 4-hour time frame. Why are you not selling? I'm not selling at the trend line. You don't always just want to automatically assume that it's going to sell, right? You want to wait for confirmation on the sale. Okay. So here, price rejected the trend line. It gave you a gap. It came back to the gap. That was our confirmation to get back in. Price came, right, to the trend line again. It gave us a gap. It reacted, right? Right here. It reacted, and it gave you a pin bar candle. And then remember, when you get these big candles like this, you want to wait for price to come back to 50%. You don't always just want to enter at the low of that candle. Okay. So then you waited for price to come back to 50%. It rejected again here at 50%, and your stop loss would have been here and you'd have been stopped out. But it was only 8 pip stop loss, right? So you don't want to just get in just because it's a trend line. You want to wait on confirmations. Okay. Now on our 15-minute, we got our break of structure, and then price came back to 50%. I don't like to get in if I'm not near my entry point, right? So if you enter this buy now, your stop loss will be below this engulfing candle. That's 20 pips. But we're so close to this trend line, you don't know how far back price could pull back, because it could decide that it wants to come back and fill this gap, right? Because this is a trend line. It could reject, come back here, and then break it. So I will wait for a break and retest, or wait for price to come back and fill this gap, whichever one is going to do. TP1 and TP2. Okay, so we can do this. All right, so this was our impulsive move here. We can do our fib here. No, let's do it over here. Let's do it over here. Okay. So we got our impulse. We got our correction. Your fib will go at the high, and then the 0 goes at the low. Price corrects it back to the 786 into this gap here. TP would be 61.8. What I was taught is once price comes to 61.8, then you're going to get a pullback, which it did. Now you can do another fib, right? This is our next impulsive move. Got to pull back to the 50, TP at the 27, okay? As you can see, this one didn't quite come all the way to the 61.8. So TP at the 27. So negative 27 is TP1, negative 61.8 is TP2. If price pulls back to the 382 or the 50%, your TP is negative 27. If price pulls back to 618 or higher, right? If it breaks 100%, then you're no longer in that trend. Okay? So 618, 78, 88, 100, TP is 618. Okay? Then also the 0 and the 23.6, right? If price just stops here and then continues, that's not a correction, okay? That's just letting you know that price isn't done in its move. All right? So you see right here, I pull this one to the 0, it came back to the 23. That let me know that price wasn't done. It wants to continue lower. All right, it has to come to our 382 or higher for it to be a pullback. And then I hear a lot of people say, the 618 is a golden zone. But I need to see a gap, right? Like it did here within those fib areas. I love to see a gap. If it's got a gap and it came back to a fib area, it's beautiful. All right. So if you notice, if we came down here to the 15, right, we had that break of structure. Price came back into this gap. Price is pushing up, right? And you could have entered, but you'd have had to enter here when that candle closed. And then stop loss here. That'd have been a 4-pip stop loss. And then TP here, because we don't want to assume that it's going to break the trend line, okay? So you always wait on a break and retest for those trend lines. So on EU, wait for a break and retest. A break and retest on this trend line, okay? When it comes back to the 23, how are you entering for continuation? excuse me, when it comes back to the 23, I don't enter it because that's not a pullback, right? I don't want to enter it unless it's at my 382 or my 50, something like that. But the 23 is just letting me know that it's going to continue lower. Now you can just enter at the 23 if you want. So like here, right? This was our low. This was a pullback. You see that? Right? This is our low. And I'm putting it here, right? At our pullback point. So I'm going to do that again. We got here to here. Price came back to 23 and then it continued. Okay, so then you take it to your next pullback area, which would be this red candle here, right? Price just sort of consolidated, didn't do anything. Then you can pull it here to this next red candle, right? These are our retracement candles. Came back to the 23, still continued. You can do this one. It didn't really go anywhere. And now this is our retracement. Came back to 618 into this gap. Now TP did not hit. TP2 didn't hit, but TP1 hit. Okay. So you can follow price with those. So here, this is our current fib that we're following price with, right? This is our last low. This was our first retracement, right? This was a nice retracement. It came back to 50%. It hit TP, okay? Now you can pull it up to this one. This one came back to 23. It continued. You can bring it over here to this retracement candle. Came back to the 23. It continued. Okay. Our next retracement candle, which is this one, never really came back to the 23, but it continued to push higher. This right here was the pullback, right? Didn't touch the 23, which let me know that it's continuing. All right, so this is the fib that we're in now. Okay, so price hit 382. Where did I get my 618 from? So this will be my TP. I'm glad I redid that. All right, the 27, because it hit the 382. Came back to 50% of this gap. So that's EU. How do you get the fib? Here's the fib settings. This is Jessica Lane's fib. I don't know if she has a video up. I'll go back and rewatch her video and then I will bring it back to y'all. Or matter of fact, I'll pull up the video and we'll just watch it together. We'll do that. Because nobody else teaches fibs the way she teaches them. And they work, right? It's just a lot of practice. You really have to know market structure, right? And each time frame, you'll have a different structure. So there's market structure on the daily, 4 hour, 1 hour, 2 hour, 3 hour, right? It just depends on what time frame and what structure you want to trade. How I would take my next trade from here, I wouldn't take another trade from here using the fib, right? Because the fib is the retracement tool. You just want to see how far back price is retracing to let you know where price is going, right? So I know that price is buying because it came back to my 382 and it came back to 50% of my gap here, right? But I wouldn't just buy here because I have this trend line here. So now I will wait. We're waiting on a break and retest. all right, a break and retest. And then you can take it up to the 27, it'd be about 50 something pips. Okay, so it just depends on where you are in the market as far as how you're going to trade, right? Whether you're going to use um, your fib, or whether you're going to use a trend line break and retest, or um, your, I use my gaps for wherever I'm at, but it just depends, right? And then I'm always going to use break of structure, right? So here, once it breaks our trend line, we'll also have another structure break, right? And I always want to see a structure break and then pull back. Yep, I use order blocks, but I see fair value gaps easier than order blocks. And then I noticed that order blocks are mainly respected on like gold and NAS and stuff like that, more so than currency pairs, right? Because right here we had an order block, right? So this was a bearish order block. This up move, this up candle before this down move. Price did not come back to 50% of the order block, but it did come into 50% of this gap. No, I wouldn't zero it out. Mm-mm. The only reason why I kept zeroing the fib when I was following it up, because we did not have a correct retracement, right? So here to here, right? This was a correct retracement, right? So I could start my fib from here, or I could start my fib from here, because this was honestly the next impulsive move, right? So here to here, this gave a 382 and a 27, right? TP hit. So then you can move your fib again to here, because this is the next impulsive move. That's why I had a different TP, because I did my impulsive from this candle. Okay? We'll go over gold real quick. We'll look at GU real quick. So gold, we're just looking for pullbacks into these gaps. This hourly fair value gap, this 15-minute fair value gap, or this hourly order block, and then we're taking it up into this hourly gap, because we're looking for, sheesh, dollar is moving, because we're looking for the dollar to pull back into here and then come down to here. But who's to say that we're going to get a pullback, right? Sometimes price just does what it wants to do, right? So then once it comes here, we reevaluate. Is price going to break and retest? Right? Is price going to come here, break this fair value gap, retest it, then I'll take it higher? Or is price going to come here and reject and then come back, and I'll take it back to this trend line? You just have to take it step by step. We can't predict what it's going to do. Right now, we know that it's buying. Is it going to let us in? I don't know. I don't even know if GU is going to let y'all in. Like, we got in down here because it came back to our hourly fair value gap, right? It gave us our retracement. I'm only taking it here to this 4-hour gap, but I may trail my stop loss. We'll see what happens. Okay, so price is already moving, right? So the next entry, the next time that we'll look for an entry will be London session. Okay, so GJ up. Was GJ what we was looking at and we was waiting for that candle to close? It had to be. It had to be. Okay, so GJ, real quick, we marked up GJ. Price came to this trend line. It rejected once, came back to the trend line, rejected again, and then price gave us this bullish engulfing. It gave us 50%. Then it gave us a rejection candle, and actually I'm about to buy GJ now. All right, it gave us this rejection candle, and then price came back into the rejection candle, so I'm getting in GJ. If we were sitting here watching it, we would have had a better entry, but that's fine. We're gonna do what we gotta do. All right, so entry was here. Stop loss is below the engulfing candle. Okay, find that engulfing candle on your 15-minute chart. You took buys on GJ. Nice. You should have told me to go back. Yeah, I'll be back at 2 for London. What was the Jessica Lane? We'll watch the video before we get off of here. I'll pull it up. All right, so real quick, let's find our TP. Okay, our TP was this 4-hour fair value gap here. Sheesh, we missed that entry. But again, see, y'all see the concept works, right? Right? Rejection. We got 2 rejections. Price made equal lows. It did not break and go any lower. So now, then we got that engulfing candle off of that fair value gap again. Price came back to 50%. It gave us a bullish candle. This is a bullish candle right here, right here. So price came down here and it closed up here, right? If you don't know how candlesticks open and close, I can't really say TP and stop loss because of the numbers are different on the brokers, you know? Should you buy? Yeah, we're in the buy. Stop loss is below this engulfing candle here. Okay. And then remember we got this candle and then price came back into it one more time. Came back into 50%. A little bit lower than 50%, and now it's pushing up. See if I can get my entry tool back. Can I? No, I put one there. Oh, it's taking up too much. You use CoinEx? Oh, okay. CoinEx stop loss is 193.226. And then TP is that 4-hour gap. And see on my broker, that 4-hour gap price did hit 50%. Let's see. Okay, so this is another example of the fib, right? So this was our low, right? That was our high. See how price can come back to 100%? This was a full 100% retrace, which created equal lows. All right. So let's see. All right, so we got a gap here on the hourly, right near the 27. We're going to do that one for TP. Because my H4 has already been hit on my broker. So where is it? Oh, it looks like it could be coming back to that monthly fair value gap if it comes back to 618. I'm looking for this gap on my broker. So I'm looking for this gap and I'm comparing it, just the price action movement. So if you're looking on your chart for this hourly gap, look for this last higher low over here, right? And it should be near there. You see that? So that's how I found it, because there's a couple of gaps on my broker, right here. And then so that'll be put TP on CoinEx at 195.100. All right, my stop loss, I'm doing a dollar trade. So on mine is a 30 pip stop loss, and then 99 94 points TP. So it's a 3-to-1. Okay, yeah. It says 31 pips. And this purple line here. Now this says 140 pip TP. So this says it's a 4-to-1. All right, so don't over leverage, guys. Do not over leverage, because there is still a possibility. Although price reacted, right, and it did what we wanted it to do, there's still a possibility that it could break the trend line and then come down and fill this hourly gap, right? And looking at this, I don't like how that candle decided to try me. But I'm going to hold. And GU has just taken off. Like, to show y'all, I don't even know if y'all can see the entry down there. But somebody came on here and said, you don't trade during this time. It is a live account. I think I just saw that. Let's see if I can cover my numbers. Ain't like, see, it says CoinEx Live. And we're back on our $100 account build. So this is why we're going to be going live London and New York session. Okay, so if you have $100, we are back on doing our $100 account build. Okay, so our first trade was GU. Don't know if y'all missed it. GJ is our second trade. All right, so this is what we have currently, and then we'll update y'all tomorrow. All right, let's keep on marking up these charts. All right, so EJ is moving down. Let's delete it. I'm also going to pull the yen up, because with the JPY pairs, you can pull up JPY, the yen, the futures pair, and use that for a correlation. If my keyboard don't stop acting up. Okay. All right, so just type in JPY and then go to futures, and let's see. I don't want a choppy chart. I thought CME was the chart. It's normally like 6 something. Let me see. 6J exclamation mark, here it is, 6J. And I like to use the CME broker. All right, so you can compare this yen chart like you do with the dollar, and as you can see, price has gone bullish on us over here. So let's mark up the yen real quick before we mark up the rest of those JPY pairs. I hate all these lines. Okay, so we're on the monthly on the yen. That was JPY basket. I've heard of that chart. What Do I type in JPY basket? Let me see if that chart looks any different. Yen basket. Okay, there's one for FXCM. Let me see what that looks like. Because I've been using this one all that time. They're similar, right? So this is 6,854, 69855, but they're similar, right? So you got this bullish candle, this doji, and then that bullish candle, right? This bullish candle, doji, bullish candle. They are similar. I don't know what this is. But I'm going to actually use this chart because it don't have all those lines. Look similar to GJ and EJ. Let's see what GJ looks like. It looks similar, but it's different. We look at the last three candles, right? Okay. All right. So we are on the monthly. Price has not ran a higher low. I can mark a trend line here, right? We have rejection here and rejection here. The link is in the bio. Let me know if it's working. I think I need to fix it. All right, now we'll come to the weekly. We'll mark last week's high and last week's low. All right, and I see a more recent trend line, so I'm going to delete this one, right? And I have rejection here and rejection here. Okay. Now I'm going to come down to the daily. Okay. So we had a gap here, right? Price has already traded through it and rejected from it, so we're not going to worry about that gap. I do see another trend line here. Okay, I got rejection here and here. So I'm going to get rid of that one just because it's far from price, right? And we're going to come here. All right. So price is currently at this trend line. Now let's come down to our 4-hour time frame. And what do we have here on our 4-hour? As far as our 4-hour structure, price was making lower lows, lower highs, lower lows, lower highs, lower lows, right? Price is currently sitting inside of this 4-hour fair value gap. Price has rejected the gap. And we need it to go lower so that our other pairs can go higher. Let's see. What time frame is this? 4-hour? Nope, don't like that. Okay. All right. So this is what just happened, right? Price came to this gap. It traded lower. Then it came into this gap right here. We may cut GJ short depending on what this is saying because it has gotten back on top of our trend line. All right, so currently prices in between this zone right here. So let's come down to our hourly time frame. Okay, so what we would have wanted to see was price continue to sell from this gap here. Right? In order for our sales to be valid and our buys to be valid, on GJ, price is pushing up. Now, price could come back to this gap again and then reject. I personally don't want to hold it. So let's see. Let's tighten up our stop loss is what we're going to do. Let's see. Where can we tighten it up to? I'm trying to see where I want to tighten up my stop loss at. Because price just created equal low here. This is still that hourly fair value gap. And then there's another gap here. I want to tighten up my gap to this 1 minute gap, right? If price does decide to trade lower into here, if it gets any lower than here, then we'll reevaluate and wait for price to come to that hourly gap. So this 1 minute fair value gap, let's tighten that up. Because I'd rather lose. See, that gap looks different on my chart. Okay. It's 29 pips instead of 30. 193.433. Because its price is going to keep going lower. I'd rather get stopped out sooner than later. Okay. Let's go back to the yen and finish this. No, just tightening the stop loss, not closing it. Because there's a possibility that price could come back to this gap and then reject it. Don't like how it did us though. Because this was a perfect sell, right? Price broke structure, left us a gap, price came back to the gap, it rejected the gap, price came back to 50% of that rejected candle. It just came down to this 4 hour and then pushed back up. I want to double check news real quick. And let's see if it's waiting on any news. All right, so nothing today. Or there was, but that was early. It was just a yellow folder. I don't see any JPY red folders. We do have PAL tomorrow, but we'll be live for that. So that shouldn't affect us for tonight. I'm just looking on the lower time frames for any other gaps or something else that it could react to see what else could be happening. Yeah, we know that. But if prices following our rules and we're doing a markup and we see a trade, then we're going to take the trade, right? Because it follows our rules. Part of being a professional trader is following your rules. All right, so we're going to leave it be, okay? Price is definitely making higher highs and higher lows here, though, on our lower time frame. So if we get stopped out on GJ, then we'll reanalyze it during London. Okay. But for now, is holding. All right, and our new stop loss is here. This hourly, not hourly, this 1 minute fair value gap right here, we're going to tighten it up. We're going to put our stop loss here. This is a 20 pip stop loss. Right? Because like we said, price could come and break and retest and come to this hourly gap here and then decide to buy. So we may just be too early. All right, so we come over to EJ and we are going to start off on our monthly. And the same thing that we had on GJ, right? Prices moving sideways in this right here, right? This in between these two trend lines. But the difference on EJ and GJ is price has gotten on top of this trend line on here. You see it? It's closed on top of it. But I'm not going to keep those. I'm going to delete it. I want to see where we are within this monthly fair value gap here. We're not trading. We're just marking up our charts, but we saw something on GJ. Okay, so I am going to mark up my monthly FVG. Okay, and I think that's the only thing I'm going to mark up because I know I can get a tighter trend line on a lower time frame. So then we're going to come down to our weekly. And we're going to mark, delete this. We're going to mark last week's high and last week's low. Me, I'm going on, it'll be 5 years in August. Everything's on my TikTok page, guys. Like from the very beginning, it's on there. You guys can go back through it and look. All right. And then we have that trend line, okay? We got a rejection point here and a rejection point here that we're going to mark. Go one more time because I didn't set an alert, did I? I did not set an alert. All right, it's pulling back, but we're not there yet. Let me set an alert here. Let me clear all my alerts from last week. There's only one. Okay. All right, we got an alert on that first hourly fair value gap, okay? Weekly CRT low is last week's low. It's just a liquidity area, but weekly CRT is just easier. To mark up my charts, FXCM to trade CoinEx. All right, so how do we get down here? Because we're not here. Who's on the monthly, weekly? Okay, let's come down to our daily. I'm going to tighten up this trend line to these points, and EJ is looking like a sale, right? Because we got our rejection. EJ might be, EJ was the better play. We're going to close GJ. Close GJ at negative 15 pips. The way EJ's looking. So EJ's definitely giving us our break of structure, right? Right here is our break of structure. It created our gap. Price came back into our gap and it's going lower. And we missed that entry. Close GJ. We will come back during London and hopefully we can get an entry on London. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, this is about to hit TP. Price has already hit that gap. Let's come down to our hourly. Let's see. All right, so we have the same gap down here on our hourly as we do on GJ, right? Price came near it. This is what you call inducement. See, this gave a nice impulsive move. Somebody asked earlier, how do you know if price is going to continue, right? So what we wanted to see was price buy from this gap. It bought and then it came back into this gap and then it came underneath it. Then it came underneath it and it retested, and we can come lower on a lower time frame for y'all to see the retest. You see that? So it came underneath it and it retested, gave another gap that price pulled back into, and now it's just making lower lows, right? And lower highs. We missed all these entry points, so we're going to leave these alone. We're not going to enter anything else until London session, but we are going to finish our markups, okay? Yeah, this is just pushing up. All right, so that's it on EJ, okay? Let's go to UJ. I already had UJ marked up. Okay, so UJ, we had our weekly CRT high and our weekly CRT low, but I do want to come back to my monthly and see if we had that same gap like we did in GJ and EJ. And nope, there's no monthly gap there like there was on the other two pairs. I was just making sure I didn't miss anything. So now here on UJ, I caught some of this buy last week, but it didn't hold like I wanted it to, right? So we had this daily fair value gap here, right here. This is 50% and price pushed up. And we got in for an overnight trade, caught a couple pips, and then price started reversing. Are we trading gold? So I mark up 8 pairs, right? And we take whatever trades they show us out of those 8 pairs for the week, okay? But I set my alert and the alert hasn't gone off on gold. All right, so we caught some of this buy, but then I noticed that price had turned back around. So I was like, well, where else could price UJ be going? Because I still want to see it buy. So UJ could possibly be coming down here to this hourly fair value gap. But this is one of those trades that you really don't just sit and wait, right? That's 70 something pips that you can get in on that. So this gap here now will be where I will want to see price come back to, okay, to take it down to here. So all these JPY pairs, we are going to wait. This one is UJ. This one is UJ. And UJ gave a nice little Sunday trade. Where was this? So you notice that this right here, this is what you call an inversion fair value gap. Price has already traded through it, right? But it came back and retested it, rejected it, right? Gave us an engulfing candle. Price came back, took almost to 50%, and then it gave an evening star pattern, right? This bearish candle, this doji, and then this, I'm sorry, this bullish candle, this doji, and then this bearish candle, and then price melted. So it gave a nice little Sunday trade for about 60 something pips. EU. All right, EU has reached our trend line. We got 15 minutes left. This is what we wanted to see. We wanted to see this pull back. Now, the thing with EU is, where are we pulling back to? Okay? Because this was our 382. So you really don't want to see price pull lower than this. And where else did we have? We got a 4-hour fair value gap right here next to the hourly fair value gap that it could come and touch. But I'm not going to trade a retracement, remember? We just want to wait on the retracement versus trading it, okay? Oh, here. This is where it said. How did this get deleted? How did I delete that? Here we go. Okay. I want to see price pull back here. We got some liquidity right here, which is some equal lows, and then this fair value gap here. So I'm going to set an alert here. I need this to come to. Oh, maybe that's why my alert hadn't been going off. I'm like, my alerts, I haven't been hearing my alerts lately. It's like, maybe that's why. Okay. We'll do that. And then I need an email too. We got there, and then I want to see if price hit 50% here. All right, it did. All right, so we'll wait for that on EU, and then let me set my alert on GU. Now remember, we had a couple areas on GU. We had this one down here. Where's my... And then price gave us this gap right here. Okay. And then we did set our alert on gold, and price is moving nicely. Whoever asked to sell, I hope you sold it, but I'm not selling the retracements. Yeah, I'm glad we closed that early. Let's pull it up to 15 pips. Close that one. Okay, so we have UJ marked up. Now let's do NJ. We have I'll do NJ and AJ later on my own time. I'll mark up US 30, NAS, and SPX, and then we will be done for the night. Then I'll be back at 2 because it's getting late. I'm going to take a nap. All right, US 30. With these indice pairs, right, we know that they're mainly bullish, but I do come to my higher time frames because as you can see, we have a fair value gap right here on our monthly. And price has reacted from 50% of that gap. All right, then we'll come down to our weekly. I hope you closed it. We closed GJ early. All right, so you come down to the weekly, and we're gonna mark our weekly CRT, which is last week's low, last week's high. And then I'm gonna mark this gap right here. You know, I don't understand why people think stop loss is funny, as if we look at their P&L and they ain't hit all the last of their trades, they ain't hit stop loss. Stop loss happens, guys. But I bet you my stop loss uh is lower than yours, honey. Because you wouldn't have known to hit it to close it at 15 pips. You'd have let it hit 50 pips stop loss. See, that's the difference. Meanwhile, GU still running in profit. But okay. All right. What's this? A weekly fair value gap? Let's move that over. I don't want that there. All right, now we can come down to our daily. And I'm debating if I want to keep that monthly. I'm going to keep that monthly here. All right, so we have a trend line here. We got 2 rejection points here. This is why we talked about earlier. Risk management is important. Don't over leverage because stop loss happens. It's a part of trading. All right, so now we'll come down to our 4-hour. And what do we have here? We had our rejection. We had this big evening star pattern, right? This bullish, this doji, this bearish candle. Price came back into this gap here, and it looks like price is trading lower. Now, the thing about this is I don't trade US 30 or NAS outside of London session. So I can't say I don't. Some days I do. It depends on the day, but on a Sunday, no, we're going to leave it be. Okay. So this, let's see. All right. So let's see if price hit this gap right here. All right. So this would be the next area that I want to see price come to. I want to see price come here and then continue higher because remember, indices are bullish pairs. London and New York. So we'll be here from 2 to 2 tomorrow. I normally trade New York, but I noticed that I miss a lot of good entries not getting up for London. So we'll be here for London. You can also draw a trend line here. Okay. So this is what we have for US 30. All right. Price broke our structure here. And then it came back into that 4-hour gap. And now it's selling. Go hit. See, did y'all hear my alert go off? Okay. We're at our hourly 50%. Nope, what is this? That's not the hourly. Here, here. Yes, it is. Okay, that is the hourly. All right, so let's go down to our lower time frame and let's see what it looks like. Okay, so we got a pin bar here off of this hourly fair value gap. It's 10 o'clock. Let's see if price creates a morning star. Oh, you know what? It's going. So it gave us a morning star on the 1 minute, and then price came back here. Gosh darn it, it's going. I'm gonna enter. And my stop loss is gonna be right here at this 1 minute low. Let's see if price, it may not give no type of pullback. What time? It's 3. Yeah, that was nice. So this was our hourly fair value gap right here, right? This blue line. It gave us a morning star candlestick pattern, right? Which is one of our bullish candlesticks patterns. And then it gave us a fair value gap. And then price came back to 50% of the fair value gap and rejected. So it definitely gave us all types of bullish cues that it wanted to continue higher. Entry's kind of horrible. Stop loss below that 1 minute. Did y'all hear my alert go off? It didn't even pop up. We're literally here on TradingView. Normally it'll pop up. It didn't even pop up. I don't like that. I got to have somebody look at my TradingView. Okay, where do we say TP? TP this hourly fair value gap here. This. Right here. All right, so price created another gap. Let's see if price comes back here. Yeah, it didn't. I don't like that. I gotta have somebody look at my TradingView. Cause I've been missing a lot of trades. Last week was really nice. Then I look at my chart and I'm like, my alert didn't go off. It was so bogus. If price comes back here, I'm gonna enter another position. And then we're gonna be done. I know I didn't mark up NAS and SPX, but they're mainly New York pairs. So I'll be here during New York and we'll mark it up during New York and see what price gives us. Cause it's 9. I gotta take a quick nap. It's like 5 hours. I would leave it running, leave this trade running, but TikTok will cut it off due to inactivity. So and you see you can do a trend line here, right? You got your 2 rejection points, and this one could also be a break and retest. Yep, we brought. I'm waiting though to see if it's gonna come back into this gap. This would be a better entry. If only my alert went off, would have went off. We could have had an entry here. I hate that for me. And I had to my entries depending on the pair. Yes, I like to look for my entries on the 1 minute. GBP CAD. I took GBP CAD off my watch list. It's really choppy. Let's see. See, look at all this consolidation. Did this just happen? That's crazy. Okay. So price was consolidating for freaking ever. 11 days, right? We just broke out of our consolidation. We can mark it. Let's do here and here, right? Consolidation. Price just broke out of our consolidation, left us a fair value gap right here. You want to see price come back to this gap. Now, this is one that you can actually trade the reversal on because that's like an 80 pip something pip range. So now you'll come down to the 15-minute, right? This was our last structure point, right? This was our last low. Price broke this structure, left us with a gap. Let price come back into this gap. Enter at 50% of the gap. Stop loss at the last low. TP at 50% of that gap. That's GBP CAD, okay? GJ just stopped us. Well, we closed it early. All right, so it's reacting to this 1 minute, that 1 minute gap right here. Let me see what the basket is doing. I'm not gonna re-enter GJ until London. Can I go over what from start? We got 7 minutes left into this 15-minute candle. All right, so we got a gap here that price could react at too. Let's delete that. Here. But I prefer this one here. TP, that hourly fair value gap. See this gap right here? That's TP. So look for that last high on your hourly chart and then just come over and you'll see that gap. All right, so it's reacting from this one. We're going to leave it be. Let's see what happens. Let's see how this candle closes. We got 20 something seconds on this candle close. Well, we already got in the buy, but trying to see if we can get a better entry. If you got a small body with a long wick to the downside, it means the price was rejected and it moves up. Yep, that is called a pin bar candle. So when you have a long wick like this one, it's the same thing. This is just a sale candle, right? Right? So if you know, this candle closed here, right? And then this candle opened here, and then it pushed up, and then it pushed back down, and then it closed here. So this said that the sellers came in, but it came back down to this gap. It had to sell back to this gap. So the same with, okay, here's the long wick for your buy, right? So this candle closed here, this candle opened here, it pushed up, it pushed down, and then it closed here. So that let us know that the buyers were in the market. Basically market structure. Market structure with Romeo CRT zones just to let me know like my range. So if we come out to the hour time frame, right, I have these black lines here. This is last week's high and low. It just lets me know where my range is at, but I like to just stick to structure, right? So if price breaks structure, then you want to see price come pull back, and there's always some type of gap there that you want to pull back into. My entry points would be 50% of my gap. So we got into this one because price came back to 50% of this hourly fair value gap. We kind of got in late, but if my alert would have went off, so this point right here was 50% of my hourly fair value gap, it gave me a Morningstar candlestick pattern, which is a bullish candlestick pattern, and then price left a gap, and we would have entered here, right? But we got in late, so we got in up here. So I was just trying to see if price is going to pull back some more so that I can get another entry, but it looks like it's going to continue because price reacted to this gap here. And then I could use the fib here. All right, so this was my last low point. This was my retracement. Price came back to the 23.6. Come back here. Price came back to the 23.6. So it's just let me know that it's going to continue because our overall move that we were looking for is here. Okay. And you know what? With this being our overall move, right? This is our impulsive candle. As you can see, price only came back to 23.6. So this really isn't our full retracement. We need price to come back a little lower. No re-entry, not at the moment. I'm going to put my stop loss at break even, right? Because sometimes gold can just do whatever it want to do. So I am going to put my stop loss at break even because, like I said, this was a pullback just to the 23.6. It didn't even come down to the 38.2. So 23.6 is just let me know that price is continuing. So I want to see a deeper retracement. Okay, but that's on the hourly. So here on our 15-minute structure, this could be our pullback because it pulled back to the 50. It could come to the hourly and then pull back. So I'm going to put my stop loss at break even. It's up. How many pips? Price is up 28 pips. Yeah, gold is wild. Zone re-entry scalping gold. Break even means moving your stop loss to your entry. So that way, if price comes back to your entry, you won't lose any money. You'll break even. Okay. No, that's my keyboard. It's connected to my tower, and the USB is kind of loose. So like when it goes in and out, it beeps because I'm over here messing with the cord. TP is that hourly fair value gap right here. So you look for that last high and then that gap over there. It looks like it's moving though. It looks like it's going to move. So I'm gonna leave it be. I was gonna look for another. I was gonna see if price is gonna come down here for a better entry, but I got in here. Stop loss is here, but actually we can tighten it up right here where we had that pullback right here. We can tighten up our stop loss there. That pullback on the 1 minute, and where's that? TP is up here. It's 1 to 11. Gonna tighten up my stop loss. You in? All right. Yeah, it's definitely moving now. It's one thing it is doing. I used to not trade Sundays, and I was like, Sundays move. So what I noticed is Sunday and Monday finishes last week's move, and then Tuesday and Wednesday start a new move. So let's go to a blank chart real quick. We can go to AJ. Come to the hourly time frame. Okay. So I'm just coming to a random area because I see this impulse, right? And you see it started on a Tuesday, right? This was Monday. This was the following week, right? Monday, 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 right? Sunday, Friday, right? So we had that impulse, then we had that correction, and then we had that continuation. So I've noticed that Sundays, just depends on what's happening. You get some nice moves on Sunday and Monday, so I stopped waiting. I was like, as long as it follows my rules, then I'm gonna enter. What's GJ doing? GJ might have faked me out. As long as GJ doesn't break this low, let's see. Oh man, it came back. It came down to this 1 minute gap right here, and now it's pushing up. So we probably should have just left it. This is why I don't like to yeah. I'm gonna delete this real quick. So off of this gap here, right? Off of this gap here, we got our morning star. If price comes back to 50%, then I'm gonna rebuy GJ. If it doesn't, then I'll wait till London and see what happens. It definitely did me in. Where is this? Price came back to this 4 hour gap here on UJ. Ooh, look at that. Price has to get on top of this gap though for me to buy UJ. Okay, let's see if we can figure out my alert real quick. Yeah, Wednesdays are. Wednesdays are gold retracing. That was a nice pullback. Let's see what it's looking like. All right, so what we got going on here? That was a nice like wick. I'm just looking to see if it came inside of a gap on a higher time frame, right? And it did not. It filled this imbalance here on this gap, and then it pulled back. So let's see if we can get a pullback here. I just chart on TradingView, but I do want to move to a broker that's here on TradingView. I follow market structure. That is the strategy, market structure. All right, so remember we can use our fib here, right? This would be our impulsive move, right? And our first retracement, which was this red candle, came back to a 23.6. Our next retracement came back to 23.6. Now, here we're getting a deeper pullback, which is what we want to see. Tradeovate, yeah, Tradeovate is for futures. I have Tradeovate for futures, but I want one for forex currency pairs. Why are we buying gold? Because the price broke structure and it gave us a pullback into our gap. What you need help with? Island flavor. Somebody said, why are you buying gold? Well, first of all, gold is a bullish pair, so you mainly want to stick to buys. Second of all, on our 4-hour time frame, price broke structure here. Well, it came back to structure, it didn't break it on our 4-hour. But on our hourly, price broke structure. Right? This was our last structure point. We got our engulfing candle off of our trend line. Then price came back to 50% of our fair value gap. And then it gave us our morning star off of our gap. Right? So it gave us all of our buying signals. Entry and when to exit. Okay. Last week, if you look closely last week, New York High was taken out as liquidity pool. You're looking long term. We're looking short, okay? Intraday. But last week, I don't know what liquidity pool you're talking about because our weekly high hasn't been taken out on gold. Everybody trades differently, right? That's the thing about trading. There's 20,000 strategies and there's 20,000 different ways to be profitable. So you may trade one way and I trade another way, okay? So don't come in here trying to confuse me with the way that you learned how to trade. All right? You stick to how you trade and I stick to how I trade. And as long as I'm profitable, I'm good. As long as you're profitable, you're good, right? That's all that matters. Somebody would have said, I looked at the RSI and it was overbought. I looked at divergence. I mean, you got to do what you got to do for you. We want to see price come back into this gap. Right. But this is also why I said my stop loss is at break even, right? Because although I got my break of structure, I'm not sure if this is my full retracement. Because if I put my fib here from my low to my high on my hourly, we only got a 23.6 pullback, right? So price did react on my hourly fair value gap, but price could also pull back deeper. We have this 15-minute fair value gap here, and we have this hour order block here. I cannot find my chapstick. Okay. All right, so it looks like price came back to 50%. Let's see what's happening. We got 2 seconds left in this 1 minute candle. It's 10:30. Y'all ain't gonna let me get no nap. Y'all forget I gotta be back up at 10. I mean 2 a.m. It's not like I'm gonna take a nap. I just wanna not look at the screen. Not look at the computer screen. I'm probably not gonna take a nap. It's 9:30. Is it 9:30 a.m. or p.m.? Are we on the same time zone? I'm on Central Standard Time. All right, it's pulling back. This is our other area of interest here. Now remember, I entered here, so when price comes back here, I am going to get stopped out at break even, okay? We'll see what happens here if we want to re-enter. And I'm gonna possibly send it to my Discord. 328. Nice, Tasha. So it'll be like 9 for London for you, right? So 2 a.m. Trading University. We already started. So we've been going on 2 weeks of going over the Candlestick Trading Bible. We're on page 109. And then I'm going to buy the Candlestick chart book and we'll start going into that. And then we will go into market structure and all of that other stuff. So we've already started the course. It is on YouTube. All of these recordings here, I just upload to YouTube. So I was streaming them through Streamlabs, and that way I didn't have to download and upload it. But I don't know what happened with TikTok and my Streamlabs permission. It kind of took my permission away. So it kind of looks funny when you go on YouTube. So I've emailed these people. TikTok has not responded. Nope, I'm live trading. TikTok has not responded at all to me. But Hopefully we can get back on Streamlabs so that way I don't have to download it and then it's just already there on YouTube. Because sometimes it takes me a while before I download it and upload it. If I get stopped out, we'll see what price does right here at 50% of this gap if we're going to re-enter or not. Yeah, go to sleep. I promise you, the videos are on YouTube. And then in the morning time, when it is your daylight time, what we want to say, it's morning for you and not night, then I'll be here. All right, so price came back to the 50% of this fib and is rejected twice. So here, we got one rejection here. I'm going to delete this real quick. We got one rejection here, right? But this isn't, well, it is. So we got two morning stars here, right? So we got a rejection here with a morning star pattern, right? We got a bearish candle, a doji, and a bullish candle. And then we got another rejection with a morning star, a bearish candle, a doji, and a bullish candle. And then if we zoom in a little bit closer, this was our last low in this area, and price did not run this low. Okay, so if price ran that low and closed underneath that, then it would say that it wants to continue lower, but it did not. So let's see. We're gonna finish out this fib. Let's see if my all right. Okay. Has she been out to the bathroom? She went out. You went outside by yourself? You a big girl. Oh my goodness. You funny. Okay, so price didn't break that last low, right? So it's letting us know the price wanted to continue higher. Where is our TP though? So on this one, we may have to change our TP because we're going off of this 1 minute fib. Because on my hour fib, I don't trust it that price is just going to continue higher on my hour fib, right? Because we don't have a full pullback, right? So that's the 1 minute fib. This is my hour fib, right? This was my impulsive move, right? And price just came to the 23. So it just lets me know that price wants to continue. So we're going to change our TP. We are going to change our TP. It came to the 50. Our TP is here. This 27. This 27. So go to your 1 minute chart and find this last higher low, right? Find this structure point and put your TP here at the 27. And then we're going to be done for the night and then come back at 2, okay? If you have a fib on your broker, then use the fib on your broker's chart. Why that area? So I'm following my fib. So price only pulled back to the 50%. So my TP is negative 27. If price pulled back to the 61 or lower, then my TP would be negative 61. we are buying. So remember, I tightened up my stop loss to this pullback right here. And then my stop loss, well, actually, my stop loss is at entry. So price will still pull back below. Then if it pulls back below, it pulls back below, right? My stop loss is at break even. Now, what I don't like though, right? So price pushing up, and it looks like it might have rejected from here. Yep, it hit 50% from here. So let's see now if is price gonna pull lower. Where did our 30-minute candle close? Now, whoever just came and said if you buying or selling, do not get in because we've been in. Okay. 32.91. See, your numbers are different, right? I don't know where 32.91 is because we're in 30. 33. 32.91 is all the way down here. I don't see it pulling back all the way down there. Where you at? 32. Okay, so our order block, right, which is where price gave us our impulsive move from, is at 32.72. So 32.91. Let's keep going. 90. Okay, here. Yes, which we have that marked off, right? So we have this order block here. Okay. So I see that's why I said that this isn't the full pullback because we put our fib on there, right? And it's only at 23.6, which is just a continuation area, right? So of course, on our 1 hour time frame, we do need a deeper pullback. That's why we updated our TP because I don't see price coming to hit our fair value gap just yet. All right. But that's all that. That's an inactivity thing. What is your time frame? So we do top down analysis. So right now we're on the 1 minute. And we are trading the 1 minute fib and the 1 minute structure because price reacted to this hourly fair value gap, right? So that's what we're trading. We're just watching it now. I'm gonna grab some water real quick. I'll be right back. All right, we got a really bearish candle right here. All right, let's see if we're coming back here. It is. It gets boring. I normally trade from my phone. I'm on TikTok. TikTok took away my permission for Streamlabs for some reason. And I've been emailing them because I normally multi-stream to YouTube so that way I don't have to download it and then upload it on YouTube. But right now I'm just on TikTok, so I have to download and upload it. So when we get off, I'll download it and upload it to YouTube tonight. Yeah, I don't know what I did. I didn't do anything. I do know that. I didn't do anything. I emailed them. They didn't even respond. TikTok, why y'all ain't responding to my emails? It's 9:45. We got 15 minutes left in this hourly candle. So we got this 5-minute fair value gap here around that same area for that 1-minute candle. That means, yeah, I'm using a PC. Great analysis. It'd be great analysis if it hit TP. Nah. I do want to check GJ though, real quick. What? All right, GJ's giving us another entry. We got this gap here. I hate that I told y'all to close it early. I just the yen was looking wild. See, it's still making bullish movement. I think I'm just gonna wait for London on that one. We're just gonna wait. Okay, let me go back to gold before we miss something. See, it's also Asia session, right? It's also Asia session. Not a lot of volatility. Yeah, we'll be back here at 2 for London session. Surely will, every day. I'm normally here for New York, but I felt like I've been missing some good entries by not getting up for London. So we'll be back here at 2. All right, so price came underneath this gap right here and retested it. Looks like it's rejecting it, going lower. It's like sight. We got 50. I was like, we got 50 something seconds. Yeah, we got 51 seconds left on this 1-minute candle. London starts at 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, but I'm on Central Standard Time, so it'd be 2. No, I have no idea. What is the 714 method? Yeah, Asia is choppy most of the time. Yeah, that's why we're on the 1-minute. We're trading minor structure. Right, so you could have traded this area over here for Asia. You had your breaker structure here. Then price came back into this gap. Hit 50%. And use your fib. This was our impulse. That was our correction to the 50% and TP at 27. It looks like a major sell. It could be, but we're not trading the higher time frame. I love Nas. US 30, not so much. But I love Nas. Nas and SPX. Yeah. It'll sell badly. Well, when it gets ready to sell, we'll sell it. Yeah, I love Nas. I trade Nas on the 1 minute. Just because Nas moves so fast. Asia goes lower. Guys, we've already established that it's coming lower, right? We've already established that. We are trading minor structure. We're trading because price came to our hourly fair value gap and it rejected. So we are just trying to catch a minor structure trade, right? We know that price has to come back further. Price broke our trend line. It retested our trend line. It gave us an impulsive move. But overall, this was our first impulse. Now we're looking for a correction. We're just at the 23.6 at the fib. We already know, guys. We know. Price, what did it say? Price is fractal, right? There's different things going on different time frames. I don't know what you mean. Asia goes lower to post a lower low on the 4 hour, and then London swings up. Mm. So this blue line right here is some type of, yeah. Oh, it was a structure point. It's a structure point right here that is retesting. Our stop loss is at break even, so we're not worried. We are not worried. I hope y'all stop loss is at break even. I don't see I don't see how y'all still at the end of the day swinging this lower, right? So this on our higher time frame, impulse, correction, continuation, right? We had some correction, continuation, correction, continuation. This corrected all the way back here to this gap, right? Continuation. Like gold is bullish. Gold is always bullish, just like Nas and US 30. The thing is catching the smaller movements on the inside. We're not a swing trader. I'm not a swing trader. You playing SPX? All right, let's see if it's gonna come and stop us off at break even, and then right here, let's see if we can get some rejection and get our TP. So we're still in this 1 minute fib. All right, mine's is getting near. GU's pulling back too. Yeah, we're gonna go to bed in a few. Because now they got me looking at gold. All right, did it stop me out? Okay, it just stopped me out. I made 9 cents. All right, so now we're looking at here. Hello. There's a 15-minute gap. Yep, we got it marked up. And we got our 1 hour order block marked up also, right? Again, we literally just entered it because price reacted on this hourly fair value gap, right? But I know that it was just continuation because price did not come back to a rejection point on my fib. Okay, so we know that gold has a little lower to go. We were just trying to catch a scalp off of that zone, which price did end up running good 60 something pips, 59 pips, but we did not close it because I wanted to see it come a little higher. All right, so if you enter here, stop loss is here. Nope. Oh, wait for it to get to here. Yeah, it was a scalp. I guess that's what I said. People don't understand that there's 20,000 different ways to trade. When do I normally move price to break even? So it just depends on the trade, right? So this one, since I knew that it was short term, right, and we saw that price came back and it rejected from this gap, and I was like, okay, we're gonna move it to BE because I want to see it move a little lower, especially because my entry was horrible, right? My entry should have been here, but because my alert didn't go off, we got it up here. So this right here was a better entry. I was like, if price comes back to here, then I'll re-enter here. So now my stop loss at break even has been hit, and now this is what I want to see. My only thing is it's 10:57 Eastern Standard Time, and we really won't get any volume, guys, until London. But we can see what happens. I will risk these 17 pips. You know, ORB, what does that stand for? I saw someone on YouTube just come across my For You page and she was talking about ORB. Why are we trading at this time? We was doing our markup and gold rejected an hourly fair value gap. And we just caught a little scalp, but price came back to break even. Open range breakout. Okay. No, I don't trade that. Was that Asia highs and Asia lows and then waiting on a breakout of that? All right, so that hourly candle closed and it's still closed on top of that hourly fair value gap. Oh, we got 50, 51, 48 seconds left. It hasn't closed yet. You must have just got in here. Everybody keep telling me it will go down. It will go down. I know it's gonna go down. I'm tired of repeating myself. I'm not gonna keep repeating myself. It looks like it stopped us out at break even and it's gonna come back up and hit TP. What a day. The first 9:30 candle on the 15-minute time frame. Okay. It sounds like CRT. We're in GU. We was in gold, but we're in GU. We was up 50 pips. Now price is retracing, so if y'all miss GU, watch price at that hourly gap. I'm still curious to see if we can catch this scalp on gold though, so it has to come here though for me to re-enter it. I wish I can do this live from my bed. You want a short at 3307? Go right ahead. There's 100 of y'all on here. What are y'all doing up? I guess it is just 10 o'clock. I feel tired. This is the 1 minute. You went short at 3307. Cool. Hey Kay, how you doing? I think I'm being held hostage right now because I want to go to bed. No. Uh, it will hit 3205 before flying up again. Why y'all keep repeating yourself? How many times we gotta say we know it's gonna pull back some more? Are you able to put the chart in full screen? You can't see the full screen because I have full screen. Let's see. You're welcome. I need to keep it up on my phone so I can see what y'all see. Okay. Because I'm ready to go to bed. We was trying to see about this scalp, but I think I'm about to call it quits and we'll be back at 2, guys. So remember, this is what we were originally looking for. We are looking for price to pull back a little further because on our fib, price is just at the 23.6, which is continuation, okay? We was, but we got stopped out at break even. Now looking to see if price come back here, then we'll get back in the buy. But we got in at a horrible entry because my alert, we was marking up our charts and my alert didn't go off, but somebody in the comments was like, check gold, and we checked it and it was here. I was like, dang it. But this was our hourly fair value gap and it gave us our morning star and then our pullback. So we got in. Then we got stopped out at break even. So now we're just trying to see if we can get an entry, re-entry, but I think we're gonna leave it be. This is our re-entry. ICT. Yep. With market structure. I don't think you can go wrong with fair value gaps and order blocks. You selling? All right, great. Oh, this is why it didn't pull back any further. Price hit 50% of that 5 minute gap. Y'all see that? Oh, no problem. Hopefully you'll be here tomorrow. Hopefully we can get you in a trade this week. So I think everybody missed GU. And then GJ kind of played me. Yeah, we're definitely gonna wait on London on GJ. We're still holding GU. No, I'm not selling. Mm-mm. Yep, GJ went back down. We got out at negative 15 pips. We said we're just gonna leave GJ alone until London. And we're gonna leave gold alone till London too. Because it reacted here, right, at this 5 minute gap. But we don't have our full pullback, right? So we have our alert set. What was this area? 30 minutes. Okay, so now I want to see price come back to this 15-minute fair value gap or this hourly order block. Optimal entry. Uh, I use Jessica Lane fib. I don't use ICT fib, but optimal entry is just like the 618 or the 50, right? GJ be trying me. It really do. Sometimes I was just like, I like EJ and UJ better. I really do. And UJ reacted from this 4 hour fair value gap, but now I need to see price get on top of this one before I get in it. Because I don't want it to come here and then come lower because we got this hourly gap down here. And the yen, yeah, the yen is still trying to push up. Not Granny. I love you, Jay. What are you doing? You think that's a buy? What's a buy? I know, right? I love it when she comes through. It's been so long. I know. I definitely prefer Nas over everything. Nas over everything. Oh, let me pull this over so y'all can see what's going on. There we go. Y'all, I definitely think we're done though. We're gonna let gold do what it's gonna do. We'll be back at 2. GU's pulling back. What's EU doing? EU's pulling back. Remember, we're looking for EU to come here. And then we'll see what happens during London for these JPY pairs. and then we'll see what happens during New York session for um indices for Nas. That whoever asked about GBP CAD, it looks like your entry might be coming up on GBP CAD. Are you still here? Gold gonna sweep liquidity. Um, Gold is still pulling back for sure. For sure. Okay, I'm gonna have to keep my phone up so I can see what y'all see. All right, we're back. We're almost back to that gap. What time is it? It's 10:10. It's 11:10. It's really not even time to be trading. All right, guys. What time did this happen? All right, so this is just our retracement still working. We're gonna let our retracement work, and we're gonna leave it be. Okay. So this was a good example for our fib, right? So while we were here marking up our charts, remember we had our point of entries, our point of interest. Our first one was our hourly fair value gap, right? And price reacted and it did everything that it was supposed to do, right? It gave us our morning star, price came back into the morning star where it created a gap and it continued higher, but it didn't hold because remember on our fib, our rejection areas is 382 or lower. The 23 is continuation, okay? So right now it's just sitting around the 23. So now we want to see price come a little deeper. All right, so price reacted off of our 1 minute fair value gap. So you still may be able to get a 1 minute scalp and the 1 minute fib finishing. But I am going to leave it be. Okay. Yep, consolidating. But you can trade consolidation on the smaller time frames if you know what you're looking for, right? All right, so look, this will be an invalid trade. So price came back to 50% of our gap. It gave us our morning star. And then you want to see price come back to 50% of this engulfing candle right here. And it didn't do that. Okay. So that means that that was invalid. All right. So we're going to let gold continue to pull back. And I will be back at what time I say? 2 a.m. Repeat the part about the continuation. Yeah. On the fib. So our fib zones. Okay. Where did I demonstrate the fib earlier? Okay, let's see. All right, so we can come over here, right? So this was our last high, and price broke this structure. So this was our impulsive move. You put your fib at your high to your low, and we got our correction back here into this gap. Now, in order to know if price is at a rejection zone, right? Rejection zones is 382 or higher. If price comes in above the 100%, then that means that trend is invalid, okay? So if price would have stopped at the 23.6, and we can come over here and I can do this impulse here. Nope, that's not a good one. Okay, so we had an impulse here, right? And this is our pullback candle right here, right? So if you used to put your fib on the impulse and you thought that this was possibly a correction, but you see price just came back to the 23.6, that just means that price was continuing, okay? So you want to see price come back into the 32, the 38.2, the 50, the 61.8, the 78.6, the 88, and it could also come all the way back to the 100. Now, if it breaks the 100, then that means that the fib is invalid, okay? But the 23.6 is continuation, okay? But I said we'll watch Jessica Lane. I don't think on her YouTube she goes deep into fibs like she does into her course. So tomorrow, 8 p.m. we'll watch her uh what is it? Her fib video. Okay. I kind of want to leave this just to see if our minor structure hits TP, because that's all this is minor structure, y'all. Because price did end up closing on top of that area. GBP CAD, you're back. Okay, so GBP CAD looked like it was almost at your entry. We'll go back to it real quick. Now, ooh, are we there? We're not there yet. Okay, so it's waiting for price to come back to 50% of this gap here. Okay. I'm trying to make sure my purple line was right, and it was not. Okay. So GBP CAD, just looking at this hourly, right? It was consolidating. I need to bring this over. Can you see it? Okay. So GBP CAD was consolidating for the past 11 days. And this is just our breakout, right? So now you want to see a retest. So you want to see price come up into this gap here. But then I looked at the 4-hour and I noticed we have a gap here also, right? So this could be your TP. This right here, 50% of this 4-hour. Okay. So what we did was we went to the 15-minute time frame. I like to look at 15-minute structure. Okay. This was our last low here. I'm sorry. This was our last low. Okay. And this was our last lower high that took us to our lower low. So this was our structure point. This was our break of structure. Remember, we want to see our break of structure with the fair value gap. Price gave us a fair value gap. So this is where we're looking for price to pull back into. Okay. And then put your stop loss at that last low. TP here at that 4-hour gap. Stop loss here. It's a 2-to-1 on GBP CAD. Now, I don't know how GBP CAD reacts because some pairs there'll be a gap right here, but it'll go off of the retest on the structure point, right? So it looks like it's rejecting, but I would just wait, right? Because it could be a pullback and then price could come lower. So what I would do is, this is our structure point right here, right? And then you can draw a little trend line here. You can do all 3 points really here. All right. And then you can wait on a break and retest because this could hit this trend line and then come lower. I want to tighten that up. I want to do all of these points. There we go. Okay, so that could send it down to 50% of your gap. Now, GBP CAD should be a London pair. So you might just want to wait for London also. Okay. So it's 10:20. I'm going to rest my eyes for a few hours and I will be back at 2 a.m. Okay, guys? When we get off of here, there'll be a notification bell, or you guys can do it right now. You just tap my name and then hit that notification bell, and TikTok will notify you when I am live. I appreciate y'all for coming, helping me mark up my charts. All right. I kind of just want to leave it running until TikTok cuts it off, because this 1 minute scalp looks like it's playing out, although I didn't get back in it. Although I did not get back in it. Price came back there. TP would be that 27. Okay. Oh, let's bring that over so y'all can see it. All right, guys. I'm going to leave it running until TikTok cuts it off, and then I'll be back at 2, okay? All right. See y'all later. All right, guys. I was watching this from my phone and I did end up getting an entry. So the TP is approaching. I'll post a picture of my entry. Remember, we was looking for price to come down here to 50% of this gap. All right, price came underneath the gap. Then we got this engulfing candle and this fair value gap here. I got in here, stop loss here, and TP is about to hit. That was a good 7-1. I'll post a picture of the trade. We're gonna let TP hit, and then I'm going to cut the live off, and I'll be back in a couple of hours at 2 a.m. All right, and my stop loss is in profit right here. It looks like I'm gonna get stopped out in profit. All right, TP hit, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and cut this off so I can download this and get this uploaded to YouTube. I'll see you guys in like, what is it, 2.5 hours? 2 a.m. All right, have a good night.